Hello, Luis. I might try some Bari today. I think it's about time that I actually learn how to play that god.
Select your god.
Never mind, she's banned. Well, shit. I didn't think that far ahead. What the fuck do I pick now? I'll just do Thor, I guess. Kinda screwed myself up banning the Apollo, to be honest. Should have just left him open. And then picked either one of them. I was a bit busy the last 2 days, so I didn't play all that much. But 2 days ago, I decided I was gonna play at night. I almost sat down and streamed it as well, but I'm glad I didn't. Because that was probably the most unsuccessful session I've had in a while. Decided to sit down, I played about 6 games, and I lost every single one of them. It was a very unfun experience playing that night. I was so unhappy. I just wanted to end on a win, and it was fucking impossible. Essentially, by the 3rd game, I was like, I'll do one more, and I'm just gonna go for a win. That's all I need. Give me a win so I can just go to bed and at least have some kind of satisfaction throughout this goddamn session. And that was not the case. Could not fucking win. It was 2 a.m. and I was pissed. Wait, what? Outfit unlocked. There's outfits in this game? How? How would one use those then? Oh boy. We have a lot of physical on our team. Maybe here? Oh, you knew. Oh, I need 2k for whatever that is. Well, damn. Because I don't think there is like an inventory outside of this. Oh well. I'm guessing the new NPC is tied to that then. Could always Google it, I suppose, but doesn't really matter that much. Looks like against Baron, I guess. That is indeed the case. Kind of makes me think I want Aegis instead. Oh, whatever. Beats is still nice overall. I think Beats is more useful going into late game, but Aegis would help into Syl and Baron quite a bit. And I think I just like Aegis more in general. Even more so if I'm playing somewhat squishy.
Salvation awaits us all.
Also guys, please let me know if like something is too loud or too quiet, because after I updated the PCS, it fucked my settings on on the live servers, so that was fantastic. I had to go through all the red dots, like every skin, every single thing that I've unlocked in Smite 2.
Minions have spawned.
Okay.
My guy is just breathing into his mic.
Take this jungle buff.
I think I'm too late, yeah. Fenrir started weird. He was autoing the small ones for some reason. I kind of slowed the whole killing process of that buff.
Be careful left. Gang!
On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
I feel like I gotta go grab this so much earlier than Thor. I'm so mana hungry. I didn't even really spam abilities, so I just used 2 abilities to clear the damn waves. Apparently that's enough to go. Oh, fuck myself.
Gang!
Once more into the breach.
His beats as well.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Attack left leg.
Retreat!
Attack left leg.
Oh, what the fuck have I done there, man?
We all fucked up, it's fine. Oh, we both suck. That was crazy.
That blue's coming up.
Enemy spotted.
Father's beard. That was close.
I don't even think I can get this. Hello, Wolfie. Yeah, I'm warming up.
Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack.
Struggling hitting my long range stuff at the moment. Damn it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Come.
Enemy
The
missing
party's
middle.
this way. Under attack. On my way.
Yo! Oh my god, the damage! I feel like I played that so well too. I fucked it up in the end.
The rain shall wash them away.
Falling back.
Bye.
Yikes. I really cannot hit my
Enemy
fucking
has been slain.
abilities right now. That's wild.
Your right tower is under attack.
I want to back them. I really want to finish the raid.
Under attack.
Let's actually get anti-healing already. I don't want to deal with it.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
Time for the big boy games. Yeah, there's not that many of those at the moment. The big boy games are definitely struggling.
Your right
A lot of
tower
people have
is
quit.
under attack.
Somewhat recently, I would say. Like, there's just not a lot of high-level players anymore. So the games are very varied in skill levels, but you still find some good games here and there.
Enemy missing right. An enemy has been slain. And the rain shall
Keep
wash
up the
them away.
relentless assault.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
What a blunder.
Enemy ultimate down. It's time. Free your soul. To the other side. Enemy ultimate down. I'll feel that in the
He hurts, man. I'm surprised at how much damage he's actually doing to me. I don't know if it's the aspect. I haven't dealt with aspect much. So I honestly have no idea if it's good or not. Seems like it though. I don't know why I can't hit the wall. Why is it impossible for me? What's happening?
Be careful.
I'll beat it. I don't want it back again. I just TP'd. Not again. Yeah. Sometimes I still think about proxying, but that shit is so not worth it ever anymore.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Gank left lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh no.
Oh, the party's this
Warrior
way.
never apologizes.
There we go. Just gotta stop taking too much poke, and I can actually fight. Let's see if I can get tower for it. I think it's probably just, like, I don't know, it's probably a big mix of everything, the why people are quitting. Like, maybe meta's kind of rough, which it has been. No. I do think that most of it is fatigue. People just tired of playing the same gods.
Your left tower is under attack.
Get him. Oh.
Enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Well, I suck.
I don't doubt.
Get him. God damn, that also just took way longer. I didn't even think I needed to land. I just wanted to make sure.
A warrior never apologizes.
And they're just on gold. That was so not worth it for us.
You move like a jaguar.
Okay, Jingwei's carrying it though. That's crazy.
Excellent. Your team has
We
destroyed
even got gold, dude. What is happening over there?
Keep up the relentless assault.
What the fuck happened over there? If we don't win this game, I don't know what to say.
Tower is under attack. Triple kill. Ooh. Oh, Maya Riffy. Hasta la vista, amigo. Make it rain, my friend.
Still count as a quadrun, it's crazy. We fucked up so heavily on this side of the map, and Jingwei somehow yoinked all of them. They must have really fucked up over there. We might have fucked up, but not compared to them. They must have stayed on gold while Jingwei was just kind of poking at them or something like that. Something definitely doesn't add up.
Enemy ultimate down, my father's beard. That one. Oh, ally has been slain.
Damn. The TP into Impale. Rough. And then once again, I do the thing where I miss the wall, which I'm very, very famous for this game.
Oh, these are the ones you got missed.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack!
It's time. Free your souls to the others.
Hit like a flame, and the rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed a left enemy
Attack
tower.
the fire giant. Keep up the relentless assault.
Badly comboed by me.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Didn't think I was actually gonna do that much damage to her, to be honest. Should have just hammered and walled instead. Or saved my hammer for when she tried to get out. I think throw wall is very easy to hit. I would say if you miss it too much, you're fucking up. It's not a hard ability to hit in my head. Like, it's not like an ul or axe, you know? Like, throw wall it's instant. It's more on you to miss it than it is on them to juke it, you know? They can obviously juke a lot, but for the most part, this is really just not a hard ability to use. It's Thor's strongest tool by a mile. The wall is insanely good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left! Be careful,
Enemy
Bruno!
missing right.
Enemy missing left!
Enemy missing right.
On my way!
I gotta rotate for this.
Enemy has been slain. On my way. Very strong. Oh, you move like a jack, and the rain shall wash them away.
A warrior never
Your
apologizes.
middle tower is under attack.
Lives on.
Attack the fire giant.
Yes. Help!
I
Never
say
mind, I
that
guess.
was a horrific shame.
Dude, I don't know why.
Victory.
Finra just kind of breathes and or moans into the mic at times. Totally easy, but missed abilities don't really matter if I'm punish you for it. I agree, kind of. Yeah, I think it's more like it's a missed opportunity. I guess that's kind of how I look at it. Because as long as you keep hitting abilities or poking it or whatever the case may be, like it could lead into something. I guess what really separates, you know, someone who may not be as good as to someone who is really, really good is that this the advantages, you know? It's creating opportunities. I think someone can be mechanically good, but not necessarily actually be that good at the game, you know? You gotta be able to create those moments for yourself. And obviously, yeah, I think taking the shot is the worth it, you know? But on some abilities more than others, there should be a certain consistency. Because some of them just aren't hard to hit. And if you miss them too much, then yeah, I mean, that's obviously just either like you're playing bad or, you know, whatever the case may be. Like in that game, I missed more Thorwald than I should have. Especially if it's just for poking in lane. That didn't look very good. It's always hard starting over in this game because I'm so slow now. I had so many speed items last time. And I don't know why it resets me sometimes when I save and quit. Maybe it's just because there was a small patch, I don't know. But whatever the case may be, I am now back to the start. But yeah, it's also situational. I don't always think people should be pressing their abilities. Like, it very much depends on the situation. Because some abilities should be saved for something specific. Let's take, like, Ganesh as an example. If they're against a Fenrir, and this Fenrir has no other way to be interrupted, but you're a Ganesha too, then you should save it just for that, for healing purposes, you know? Stuff like that. Because you'll often find, especially in competitive, where people are waiting for a single ability to be used, and then they go in once that ability is down, because they know that's the biggest threat on the enemy team. Like, that type of mindset happens so much. You're literally just waiting for that small one opportunity where they fuck up and they use something they shouldn't use. And once again, I mean, this comes from like a competitive mindset. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen as much in ranked, right? But I can't help think that way because that's just how I am now. Like, after having played competitive, like the smallest opportunity can just lead to, or the smallest mistake, I should say, could just lead to the biggest opportunity and the biggest fight. So my mind will always go to that type of like. It is an extreme example, but that's just how my mind works. It's the same thing when people ask me like, what is best in solo? Like, I don't think about it for ranked. I think about it for an actual competitive scenario. But that doesn't help anyone, you know. It's just I can't stop thinking about that, or thinking about it in that fashion. I don't even know what to answer now when people ask what's best in solo outside of Hades. Like, Hades is obviously really good, but honestly, Hades has not fucking worked for me lately. I don't know what it is. I cannot win on Hades, and I feel like I can't even fucking play it. It's like my confidence in Hades is out the window. Combined with the fact that I often feel like my team gets stomped when I pick Hades, so I never get the chance to even get online. And Hades doesn't really do much early on. Like, he's still good at like a counter initiate. He has good self peel in a way, but like him ulting someone or like initiating usually doesn't go very well for him yet. He has good healing early, but he doesn't really have the damage to support like a full on like 100% to 0 kill. Even more so if you're against a frontline, an actual tank. Then you don't really do any damage to them. So he's a bit awkward, I feel like, at the moment. He's kind of hard for me to do anything with, because I feel like I'm so reliant on early game too. And that's also the fact that Serrated is incredibly good at the moment. And honestly, this is definitely for ranked. But like, you dominate on, like, as long as you go with someone that is strength related and has like Serrated on them, you have so much sustain and so much damage very early. Ross still a solo menace? No, he hasn't been for a long time. He hasn't really been a solo menace since he's been like shifted. Ever since they changed his 2 to no longer have high base damage and only high scaling, then he hasn't really been good in solo. Like, Ra's pretty bad in solo, because if you meet anything that punishes low mobility, then you're kinda screwed. You can't ever really fight them. Because Ra's damage is pretty bad early. Once the beam is down, like, how is he gonna fight back, you know? And once again, even more so now that strength is so strong. Because then you just have someone building strength early and they will just fucking hit you for 100 with a single auto. You're gonna fucking 5-shot by auto attacks alone. And if you build tank on Ra, you're gonna do no damage. You could go for Aspect, which is fine. You can definitely win early game with Aspect Ra, but Aspect Ra is so bad late game. You just don't do anything. For the most part. Like, him not having like any scaling on his ultimate really hurts him. I don't think they should make it scale with HP, because that's gonna fuck some shit up, I think. Just gonna create another Apollo, but I don't know, he needs something, that Aspect. Now that they shifted him. I would like a tank Ra Aspect that's actually fun to play. I just don't think the current version of it is very fun. But I would love to play some more Ra solo. I fucking love Ra. And Mage Ra is terrible for solo, so. Alright, what do we got? Oh yeah, and I apologize if you're screaming in the back. It's because all the students and shit finished their stuff, so they're driving around the cities, screaming and honking their cars. It's a tradition here. I don't know if it is everywhere else, but it's very loud. And sometimes it's right below or right outside my window. I don't know if you can hear it right now, but they're right outside at the moment. So I apologize. Sounds like summertime shenanigans. It is. It definitely is, but I still hate it. I need them to be quiet, you know? Wait, Aladdin is available again? I guess I'm gonna ban it then. He's been disabled for a full day, and the second I start streaming, he's available again. Classic.
Select your god.
I'll, I'll, I'll get the Ganesh for myself then. I'll do it myself. I barely played it, because I don't actually enjoy it very much, but I'll give it another shot. Oh my god, dude. They haven't been outside my window at all. And once again, the second I start fucking... Like, can you guys hear this? I'm curious. Maybe you only hear it when I speak, but... They're literally screaming outside my window at the moment. Thank God I closed my window before the stream. Dude, I'm not even that old. But I feel really old when I hear all that. I'm like, shut the fuck up, kids. Shut up. All right, Grandpa, let's take you to bed. I just... okay, I don't want to hear it. It's so loud. I don't have the energy for this. Oh yeah, I don't even like dip my toes into Instagram or like anything like that. Like I go on Twitter sometimes, but usually it's just for my own interests, like gaming related stuff that I tend to check out real quick and then I leave. I usually don't see all the interesting, or I should say, like strange internet things happening. Just seeing them in the wild. Sometimes I do see them too. I mean, it's hard to avoid everywhere, but yeah, same. Because there's just some of those trends I don't understand, like at all, and it's really weird to have this feeling already. Like I still live my life on the internet. Did someone dodge? No. Last person dodge, man. How is it so often the last person that dodges? Why can't it just be the first? You're gonna dodge, huh? Alright, so anyway. Just weird feeling this way about the internet when you live there every day, basically. Like, I spend a lot of my time in the internet. I don't really have much else going for me. I just don't live it on that side of it. And it's so strange. Like, some people live on, like, Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff, and it's crazy to me. I will say, though, I do think I would, like, I respect the people living on Insta more than the ones on Twitter. Because the ones on Twitter are literally just living there for arguments. In, like, a general sense, like, it's crazy. We really love arguments so much we want to do it for a living. At least on Insta, it's for something goofy and weird and new trends and stuff. Even if some of those trends are really bad sometimes. Like the fucking bleach ones, really, like bleach related and unhealthy ones are really obviously not good, but... I don't know, usually it's pretty harmless, I would say. Just a little strange. Yeah, like, dude, I hate how Twitter has become since Elon took over. I have to admit it. I think it sucks. I liked it before. Now it just feels like a political nightmare. On top of rage bait nightmare. I just go there to see fun stuff. I want to see the creators that I follow link stuff, and now all I see is not great things and depressing things. and how shit the world is. Or how weird the world is. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I don't use it much anymore. It's kind of the same with meme websites. Meme websites also just ended up being a political nightmare. I'm sure some of them are still fine, but at least the ones that I used just ended up being so boring to go on. And there's just nothing fun there anymore. It's just all like news and depressing stuff, and it's not really about memes anymore. Well, that's the fun. No, the tap out. Cap save.
Select your god.
Let's see. Some interesting stuff open. I'll give it a shot. Let's go for the Hades. We need magic anyway. Let's give it a shot. See if it goes better this time. It's gotta work eventually, you know. It used to be my go-to pick when I just needed an easy win. And he's pretty much still just as good as he was then. But he's been cursed since. Like a few patches now. Actually impossible for me to win on this god. Like worst case scenario, maybe I try like a hybrid Hades. Go a little bit tanky like Helm of Radiance. And shit like that. Because they definitely will have a lot of damage. Like Artemis, Kukulkan, Susano, Odin is fucking rough for me. If I ult into Kukulkan Artemis, I'm probably just dead, so. But maybe that's... It's always the weird dilemma of, should I just go full damage and go for the one-shots instead of trying to just survive? I mean, the ult does give a lot of protection. Or at least it used to. I think that might have been nerfed a bit now. But I don't know, it's kind of weird. I feel like Hades just hasn't really performed well in my games for a while. It's not even just on me, but on my enemy team as well. But I don't think he's bad. So it's just this weird thought process I have about him now. Yeah, no worries. I'm just thinking out loud. Like, I have him Radiant for a reason. I played him a shit ton. Because it was just an easy win in the early stages of Smite 2. I tapped out. Just fucking hit everything on the way there. Alright. I mean, I'm gonna need beats into that comp. There's not really much else to do here. I think I just do Helm of Radiance. But I think that should be the only defense that I go for. I think going for more than that is just overkill. Like, the main threat in this game is obviously going to be adapting on the Susano. I would imagine. Maybe I'm wrong.
Hi.
It's gonna be I'm a boss in the Athena. Yeah, exactly, Minokino. Like, lately, for me, it's been more the 0-10s than it's been the 10-0s. It's like people just learned how to deal with Hades, and like the thing is, he's still completely broken on paper. I hate dealing with Hades so much, but I haven't lost to Hades in a while. I actually think he took a kind of a big like shadow nerf in a way
Enemy spotted.
when strength was buffed super hard, because serrated feels like it's so dominant. Like I'll tell you now, if Odin goes serrated first item, I can't fight him anymore. Literally cannot fight him. I should be fine getting blue early. Don't think I'm gonna lose a creep with Odin being here.
Attack the minions.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what he's gonna do, because it's the only thing that makes sense. Usually that's this big thing where Hades obviously has an advantage because he has healing, right? But now everyone has healing if you go serrated. Serrated fucking heals you so much. Which is weird, because lifesteal is kind of ass, but I guess it's because you get so much strength out of it that the damage you deal is just wild. Which results in the healing being wild. Okay, if I'm fast, I can still make this.
Be careful left.
Attack! Cancel that.
Middle.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
So let's go for the clear here instead of the fear.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Okay.
I gotta be careful with Susano around then. Oh my god, the screaming outside is driving me crazy.
I will ward.
Lost one creep.
Attack! Okay.
Enemy spotted.
Just need the smalls, and I should still hit level 5.
Bad.
Oh my god, it's so loud. They just honked outside, dude. Sorry guys if you actually hear it, but I can't keep... I'm easily distracted, let me put it like that. So I feel like an urge to mention it every time it happens. The screaming is constant now, so that's not really bothering me much anymore. But if they honk, it's gonna be loud. Just leave! They're sitting around because they're probably dropping someone off here, and then they're saying, like, you know, hi to the parents or goodbye to all the friends and all that shit. But, like, fucking hell. Drop them off already and leave.
Attack! Attack!
Got a small XP lead. That's nice.
Enemy missing.
Be careful left.
Don't really want to rotate, try and invade blue if Susano was potentially there.
Ultimate is ready.
Fuck it, I'll back actually. Go Doom Orb next, and then probably into Poly.
Ultimate is
Guess
down.
we'll see what happens after that. Hello, Hunton. Good to see you.
The rain shall wash them away.
Thanks. Out of mana.
Okay. Okay.
Fuck, he's acting strange.
Falling back.
I guess there's a ward there, or at least they knew he was there.
Yes.
Maybe because Susanna spotted her. I don't know. That was just weird the way he moved. One Thor game? Yeah, I did. My team just kind of up rolling the on the opposite side of the map. I did alright, but we won because of what happened on my team.
Your left tower is under attack. Middle lane.
On my way.
Attack. Enemy has been slain.
Weird ult.
Your team has destroyed the gold cure. Your middle tower is under attack.
Close.
Wherever there are gods in need, I'll be there.
Enemy ultimate down. I'll attack left lane.
I challenge you.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack! Ultimate is down. Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry. My way.
Challenge you. Assemble.
Ult, please!
Perfect plan can fail.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Helm of Radiance.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Absolutely saving my ass.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey. Hades god. Hades is very good, yeah, but I just haven't had a lot of success with it lately. I can't win on this god. But yeah, Hades is, if there is like a best solo, it's probably Hades. But once again, as I said early in this game, I think he took somewhat of like a nerf, like an indirect nerf, with Serrated and Strength overall being buffed. Because it's so much harder for him to deal with strength gods early game now. Shut up, Dutch. Shut up. Dutch, legitimately, I didn't play almost at all yesterday after the session that I did 2 days ago, where I lost all those 6 games. I was done. I did not want to see this game for a full day. I did that one game yesterday, where you were in it, the Thor game, and I was like, that's it. I'll take my win and I'm out. I did that one game, that's all I played yesterday.
Enemy missing right. Careful, middle. An enemy has been slain.
This game is testing me lately, I can tell you that.
Ally has been slain. Sorry. On my way. Ally has been
I believe in you.
Has arrived.
Attack!
6 losses in a row as well yesterday. Yeah, it's rough. It really takes a toll if the loss streak goes on too long in my
Your
head.
middle tower is under attack. That's too bad. Sorry.
No problem.
Like, I don't play to win. I just play to have fun. But most of the time when I feel like you lose in Smite 2 at its current stage, it's because the game is somehow incredibly uneven. In a not fun way. Like, a lot of losses just straight up feel bad.
The rain shall wash them away. Attack the gold.
In these Smite, early Smite 2 / Season 11 Smite days, a lot of it was like these nice, really close games that just felt really good. And sure, I mean,
Middle lane.
it can feel bad still fighting really hard for a game and still losing it. But I love those, like, you know, high stakes, really close games where it's kind of just almost all up to a single team fight.
Your team
If it's been even throughout the whole game, I live for that shit. That's why I play a game like this. That being said, those are fucking rare right now. So, yeah.
Enemy missing right. On my way. Attack! Enemy spotted. On
Enemies
my
in
way.
middle lane.
Enemy spotted.
Got a freight tower. Should be fun. I got it back. Let's buy full poly.
Enemy spotted. Gang!
Have fun in Smite. What is this you speak of?
My power grows.
It does feel increasingly rare, I will admit.
In left lane.
Actually, let's grab this one.
Terrific. Enemy missing right. Shut down, Jay!
I guess Odin TP'd.
Hasta la vista, amigo. Sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's weird how he just left the wave. I guess it's because blue spawned, maybe. Just got the feeling I was being chased. Yeah, I actually agree. I do think the game is in a good state, but I'm definitely fed up with a lot of the games that are and the people that we're in the game with. I forgot who it was, but someone really pissed me off in the last stream.
Follow me.
I usually don't like feel like I get hung up on it.
Ultimate is down.
Attack me!
Odin's gonna TP.
Ally has been slain. Fiddlesticks!
Oh no. Curses!
Completed.
It'll be okay.
Enemies have returned to base. Attack middle lane!
Unfortunate. Just gonna do a late TP and see if we could just catch them unaware, but ain't no way I'm gonna TP knowing there's 3 of them. Just sitting around there.
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Thought he was gonna have some cooldowns up for longer.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just ended up being not the case.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Dude, what even happened there?
Destroyed a middle
What did he
enemy
TP
tower.
with? Because I didn't fucking see shit, and I didn't hear a blink. He has to have blinked, but there was no sound. He was just fucking suddenly in front of me.
Enemy missile right.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Your left tower. is
My
under
team of the
attack.
gods.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I keep going back to farming, but realistic, like Odin rotates so much. I mean, there's a reason why I'm two levels ahead, but still, I really should be with my team when they fight.
Ultimate is down.
On my way. On my way. Behind us!
Your left tower is
On
under
my
attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Even perfect
Also spotted.
can fail.
My way.
Odin ult really fucked me over a bit there.
Spotted. They hit like a baby. Attack!
Speeds at least.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm looking forward to Wukong at least. Like that's gonna light a small fire for me. I just hope that I really enjoy him and it doesn't end up being a Guan situation where I just didn't enjoy him like at all. Guan being one of my favorite gods as well, just made me really sad when I didn't enjoy him in Smite 2. But I also think part of it is that the game has changed so much and Guan's kit is so fucking awkward for current Smite. Yeah, so Wukong is literally the next one, so I'm really looking forward to that. He's definitely one of the more fun warriors, and just in general one of the more hype warriors. Like, it's, in terms of known like mythologies and like gods, he's just up there.
Enemy spotted.
He's such a popular one. For good reason. He's not really the most interesting in Smite, let's be real. He could have had such a like a much cooler kit.
That's too bad.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
has arrived.
Odin isn't really that tanky. He has one protection item each. And then a damage item.
Attack fire giant. Wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
Attack fire
giant.
Okay,
I'll
attack
defend.
fire
Your left
giant.
tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Around you.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Very good. Enemy has been slain.
I believe in you.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Defend the gold fury.
Enemies in the right.
Random snake. Don't really want to fight him without my ult up. Probably doesn't hit hard enough yet. Can you really be tanky versus Hades late game? You can, but you need more than like 3. I mean, it's anything really. It's not really just a Hades thing, but like
Destroyed the gold fury.
you need at least 3, I think, tank items against something specific, like a specific type, to actually feel tanky. Yesterday I was against a I forgot what tank it was now, but he hit 3 items against me as magic, and I couldn't damage him at all. It was actually just impossible. It might have been Cabrakan, which just makes it worse. But that game was so unfun.
Group up. Attack fire giant. On my way.
Like, I think Thor, Cabrakan, Sopek, like some gods that have built-in extra protections, I still think can feel really tanky.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Attack tower. Tower.
It does seem like Blink is weirdly glitched though.
Rain shall wash them away.
Because I just can't hear him when he blinks.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
We're just all on the same page. Look for him. We see him. Get him.
Attack left lane.
Get out of this.
My opulence.
Destroy the left enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
I feel like we definitely should have pushed mid here, but doesn't really matter now. We have a big advantage if Susano is dead.
Attack right lane.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, there is strong. Oh,
Guess we can't just back off as well, but we could also just have stayed and pushed. I think. Just needed to use the heal that I have. Something people can be pretty bad at, I think, in general. This is kind of crazy considering how long Hades has been out in the fucking game overall. People do not fucking utilize Hades heal enough. It's so powerful, man. Just stack up on the wave.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Your middle tower is under attack. We need wards. No problem. Thanks.
Save.
Your team has destroyed the fire
Take this
giant.
jungle buff.
Attack fire giant. Okay.
Don't think this is good on me, though. Can I even press this in my ult? Because that's where I'm most likely to die.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
This tower.
Yes.
Surprised Hayes didn't get an aspect yet. Yeah, I guess they might just be thinking about what to do with him, to be honest. Because he's already really powerful. Like, he's already, like, you know, he's on the playing field, you know? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I'm surprised we didn't go all the way in, though. When I got the big ult.
Enemy has been slain.
Doesn't matter, I suppose.
Your team has destroyed a
I'm not needed.
metal
It's fine. But yeah, I agree, Dutch. I also don't really feel like playing Hades anymore. I picked him this game to try out, because I cannot win on this fucking god. Obviously, they changed in this one. But again, it's just a team coin flip anyway, so...
Victory.
I decided to pick him here also because we needed magic. Because I actually wanted to play Fenrir. Like, Hades on paper, I feel like just is one of the most broken gods. But lately, he hasn't felt that way to me. When I play him. But I still think it's undeniable. I still think... People also generally think you have to go full damage on him. I don't necessarily think that you do. I think I could have gone a more broken build here too. Like Bloodbound Book. It's not really realistically not any reason why I shouldn't have had it this game. I probably survived that last team fight if I did have it too. Just pop that while I ult, I lifesteal more, and I also just have a huge shield. But yeah. I went too hard on the Artemis. Thought I was going to do more damage. In reality, though, I probably should just look for Kukulkan that game and bait out his ult. Are you gonna Q dodge? Or are you just chilling? You waiting for the demons to start playing later? Grappling hook. I don't want that. Technically, I did bait out. You're right. I did. But I feel like it's unsuccessful baiting if you also die for it, you know? Then maybe you're the one that got baited. And I just got cooked because I went for the Artemis instead. Because if I want to bait out his ult, I have to save my dash and my ult. He might just beats it, and that's also fine. I get something. But I can't ever use my dash after him, because I need that to just avoid his ult. Still, though, like, trading Kukulkan ult for Hades ult is not really a good trade for me. So it's probably not the mindset that I should have. But it's hard to use Hades ult in late game team fighting, I think. Actually, no, scratch that. Specifically for sieging. I think it's hard to find a good moment to go in when you're sieging with Hades ult. The best thing you can really do is create space. But actually getting a good ult is so hard. Like, most people know that you just don't, like, group when you're sieging. You just gotta spread out. And Artemis and Kukulka were never really stacked up, so it was hard for me to get that ball rolling. And once again, even if I did, they probably have beats or ult or whatever the fuck to get out of it, so I tried to create space. Either way, it worked out, so can't really complain. Yeah, Onis could work, but it's just weird overall. Because how, like, obviously you want people to be close to you when you hate assault, but rarely is that actually going to be the case. And the biggest threat isn't really so much when you are ulting, it is pretty much every time your ult is down. That is the biggest threat. But I think Onis could definitely work, yeah. Because you want to be in their face. If I had to go for a magic defense item, it would be that. But I'm also just a big fan of Onis. I build that shit on anything if I can. I might like it more than a lot of other people. Just a big fan of mitigation. I always build it on Mordred for the same reason, because Mordred will always be dashing like in between people and shit. So you're usually getting a pretty decent value out of it.
Select your god.
What do we got? I still want to play a Fenrir. I'll just do that now then. Seems like a good time as any. Yeah, I mean, going pretty much full magic defense into a like 4 magic and or strength, like full strength, or I should say, what the fuck's even called this my 2 anymore? Physical defense, whatever the fuck, strength defense. Obviously, will always feel good, but there's that many of them against you. That's just bound to happen. Where the fuck am I going, man? Where I'm too far fucking high up. Get me on this track and away from these buildings. Like, very often, almost too often, I feel like I'm against a lot of physical. Because right now ADCs are just very good in mid. With Uller and Neath. Especially Neath. And when people do that, I will happily, honestly, play a frontline. Because that shit feels pretty good. Even if I'm not building full tank, at least that means I'll buy a protection item with a lot of value. And I'm very okay with that. Tumbling time. Yeah, I'm playing like shit in haste today. It's crazy. I don't know what it is. At least I can play Smite today. Ra solo. Eh? Is that so?
Ah, good man.
And it is aspect Ra too. I mean, I'm not gonna win this lane. It's just it's a way better clear than I do early game. It ain't happening, Chief. I'm gonna have to go Brawler second or some shit. It's either Brawler second or I'd go for this. Learny Bow. It really depends on whether I want to be attack speed based or ability based. I was kind of leaning towards ability based. Because literally only one person in Uller can actually interrupt me this game. And, I mean, Cerberus can too, but I don't know if that works up close. Maybe it does. That being said, the only easy CC they have would be Uller's stun. So I should thrive this game. Also, what the fuck, Pain? Where's the Odin? Was it banned? It must have been banned. Otherwise, there's gonna be beef. My guy picks Cardinals with me, but he picks Odin every time against me. That would be a classic. Where's waiting for my jump? I don't know why I chased that, to be honest. I thought his beam was gonna be a longer cooldown than my jump. I guess not. Yeah, Raw played it fine. I think it's more of a fuck up on my part than it was really on him. Oh well. Not to worry, I wasn't really gonna win this lane anyway. Don't know why I had to go make it harder for myself though. He must have backed. Yeah, he did. At least I got his TP out of it too.
The rain shall wash them away.
Nice job.
Only issue now is the big XP lead he has. Just gotta sit back.
Be careful, right?
No.
I mean, I'm not gonna push up anyway, the jungler can sit there all they want. Lows on. Wait, who was right then?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
How?
Retreat left lane. Enemies incoming.
It's not looking good with that Butson left being level 5 and they're not. Guess I shouldn't have ran in to help. Time to go farm more. W side TP change? Wait, what's happening to the side TPs?
Your right tower is under attack.
Finally, am I gonna be happy about it? Tell me. Give me the news. Gonna be disabled till 10 minutes. I'll take it. Yeah, that is a W. Not a huge W, but it is a W. I need them removed. But that's a start. It's a step in the right direction.
Be careful, left. Ally has been slain.
Don't heal enough. No. Gotta get that serrated online.
Awesome. Hasta la vista, amigo. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your right tower is under attack.
Let's get this shitty serrated online. We're really losing everywhere super hard. Like, what's happening? I guess it's just the jungle diff at the moment, because they have bots and we have Kunanas being the big things. Just have more pressure automatically. We still have a good comp though. I believe in us.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies in middle lane. Okay.
How am I doing so little damage to him, man? Is it really just levels? Do levels mean everything in this game?
On my way.
Why is that jungle fucking right?
Your middle tower
Oh, we're not just fighting mid. That's why I'm rotating.
is under attack.
Just leave the rod to push. It's gonna be useless late game anyway.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, missing legend was a man. I'll add Fluid, Zav,
Your right tower is
eventually.
under attack.
People don't use emotes enough in my chat, I can tell that much. If you wanna add emotes, boys, just do it. Just let me know. I'll add them.
Enemy missing. You got thunderstruck!
Enemy missing right.
Behind us. Retreat, Bloodslave. Fabuloso! He like sail back.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, I did go for that build. If it wasn't because I was so far behind, this really wouldn't be that big of a problem.
Ally has been slain.
Never seen Brutalize do so little
Your
damage.
middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain. Come and get some.
Fucking bots is here, man. Is that really necessary? Blue has to be spawning, otherwise why the fuck would he be there?
A gentleman needs a vice or two. Okay.
Okay.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain. Attack.
On my way. Your left tower.
Fabuloso. Come and get some. Move like a jaguar.
We're so back. We did it.
I do believe I'm in need of a rest. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm so happy Chalk decided to group up with the minions. That really helped me, buddy. Don't really need this, I think, but I'll take it. I don't want Ross to get too many.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come and get
No, Auto, why? You betrayed me, you fucker. You should have done enough damage. You would have chosen Auto. Fuck.
Your left tower is under attack.
Tragic. So close. What the fuck is this? Why is there a dog?
Tower is under attack. Enemies in right lane.
How many do we need?
good luck.
Can I do this?
How? Your right tower is under attack.
I'll leave the tower. I'm not defending that shit anyway. 150. Don't want a bic. That is not where I was aiming, but alright. Why are you moving forward, huh?
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Good gods, that's really smart.
Yeah, that sucks. My ult just wasn't up in time. I started fighting a little too early and I missed my jump. So it is what it is.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Don't actually know why I went Jotun's. Why did I go Jotun's? Should've just gone for some attack speed.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Help, middle lane.
Okay.
It really does just feel like we have almost zero chance of fighting back. We're letting them go so deep.
Enemy ultimate down. Attack.
Jock should be dead here.
The rain shall wash them away.
Surely we get bots and Cerberus here too.
Ally slain. Enemy has been slain. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Gold's down as well, not really much to do about that. Oh well. We won't get anything for it, but...
Your right tower is under
Enemy
attack.
missing right.
Ally has been slain.
I don't know how I'm suddenly the second highest level in the game.
Tower is under attack.
Guess I am. With a few others, but still. Don't know how I got so much farm all of a sudden. Those 2 kills before really got me back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Hasta la vista, amigo. Okay.
I'll attack right lane.
We're just not enough people around to actually try and defend. So fuck it, I'll push.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Oh, easy wrong team. That's too bad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll just go ability based at this point. I don't know what the fuck I'm building, but...
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Yes. My gods, man.
It's alright, Dutch. I believe in you. Just need some farm. Then you'll kill them all
Have fun.
in Minecraft. Bot speeds. He still has ult. Why wouldn't he? My dude is running around with no HP, no fucking mana. Of course he saves the ult. That's great. I love that. How smart of him. Fucking hell, I mean, do I really have to go match as Cloak? Get him! Hunter, no! Get him! Get him!
An enemy has returned.
That's great. Dude, it's going like shit everywhere. The dog jumps over the wall. Actually, it's just a dog fight. Should be even. Oh no. No, I'm top damage too. Shit. We're cooked. I mean, I'm solo, I guess. I believe in Dutch. He's gonna... If we get a late game, legitimately, I do have to think our comp is way better. Chuck is a cheater anyway. Is he? He didn't look like a cheater when I smacked him last game. Is he wall hacking?
Enemies at the fire giant. The pyro has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Not very much we can do about that.
Curses.
Leave me beats. Ruler beats. I can't believe he actually beats. That's a win for me. I'm dead anyway.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
This could go really well for us. With them not
Your
having
right
beats.
Phoenix is under attack.
I might not have seen an Anubis do less damage in my life than what I just witnessed.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack. On my way.
Not the target I was looking for, but... I mean, he should die. That's the earliest dagger I've ever seen as well. Things are going great.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I think my terrible build is catching up to me though. I'm not doing any damage to anyone because I'm ability based. In the game where Fenrir is not really that great on that aspect, to be honest. Should have just gone for a crit. I mean, he jumped. If he's alone, he should be an easy 1v1, right? He's not alone.
Help left lane. On my way.
Don't really want to take too much farm from Dutch here. I think it's more important that he is level 20 than me. Okay.
Thank you.
I will. Even though it's completely useless on me as well.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Attack Fire Giant.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Be careful. Save yourself. No problem.
I don't know why I do play Fenrir. Sometimes I feel like playing him, but every time I pick him, I always regret it. I don't enjoy him. One of the weirdest gods for me.
Enemy spotted. Set up an ambush here. I'll defend middle lane. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
How did that go so wrong in the end? The fuck? I guess I'm just useless, though. I didn't really do any damage because Chuck died as my Brutalize, as I used Brutalize, rendering completely useless. He might be able to defend. We'll see.
Your titan is under attack.
Damn. Oh. I mean, it's a Cernunnos, man. It's a fucking melee Cernunnos. It's the least threatening thing in the game. He is still top damage though, I guess I can't really be complaining. Alright, enough Fenrir for today. Or forever.
I say that was a horrific shame.
Dude, our Phoenix even spawned. Just to rub it in.
Defeat.
Somehow I don't think Cernunnos aspect is the worst thing in the game, but I do think it is pretty bad overall. I think it's a fine, like, it's an alright jungler, though. Yeah, it's a pick diff, for sure. Finn is abysmal in lane. I also fucked up. I shouldn't have fought early. I should have won that, like, I won the trade at level 2, but I chased it, and I shouldn't have done that. Because I'll just heal it back up, like, it's why I have Death Toll. I just fucking heal that shit back up. But yeah. And after that, then I rotated, and then also died. It just made it way worse. No, I didn't rotate. It was the weird fight on blue, when I was still level 4. It was a weird, like... Yeah, it was weird. One basic diff? I mean, you beamed me and wand me. It wasn't just an auto diff. I didn't think your one was gonna be up sooner than my jump. My jump had 1 second left on it. I took the risk, and it did not pay off. Dude, I went into the day thinking I'm gonna play some Bari, finally. I'm gonna see if I can just do a few Bari games and learn how to play her. And now she's banned every single game. Sometimes she gets let through. Not today. Not today. It's alright, boys. I mean, sometimes we get tilted. It is what it is. We definitely also backed ourselves into a corner with a really bad comp. Like, it doesn't matter how good you might be in the kernels as well. We're against bots. I mean, that fucker is gonna do more than most anyway, just by existing. I picked Fenrir and lost into Ra. That's not really something that should happen either. Into Ra, of most things, is something I should win against this Fenrir. At least early game until he gets tanky. It's definitely not a matchup I should have lost. So, it is what it is. And Dutch just fed as always, so it is what it is, you know? He always does that stuff. Classic Dutch.
Select your god.
I can at least say this, Pain. I was against him in my last game, or previous game, to that game, and it didn't look to me like he was doing anything suspicious. He kind of got roasted in lane, but I don't know. You never know these days. I'll do Aladdin. Yeah, Dutch did get perma-focused as well. I'm memeing on him. He did get a lot of focus in that game. And we didn't have a comp that was really able to support it early on very well. Like, Bacchus doesn't have a good instant CCs. He needs to either jump, which is somewhat easy to, you know, avoid, and as well as the burp, which takes time. We didn't have very good peeling that game. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't play much, as you say, Pain, he could just be lucky. Like, obviously, I can't just outrule it because I don't know, but at least from what I've seen, it didn't look suspicious. Like, even this game, I don't really think anything he did this game was, like, their win was not on him, you know? So, I'm just saying what I'm seeing, really. But, I mean, I can keep an eye on it, but so far, at least, haven't seen anything suspicious. And I don't want to just... this is funny, because Dutch was actually kind of one blaming me as well for this, but when I had an ult in Season 11, which, you know, I just used to play outside of streaming, so I could just have some fun on my own and practice different things, that account got accused of hacking. And then suddenly all my friends and everyone thought this account was just a hacker. Though I understand the logic, because usually when someone is good and no one knows who it is, either it's someone new who's just kind of rising, or maybe they haven't played in a while, or it's a casual that swapped, but generally it means it's a hacker. If there's just a no-name out of nowhere, suddenly doing pretty well, it tends to be a hacker. At least that's how it was in Smite 1. Can't say for sure in Smite 2, it seems like there's way less hackers. But my point being, I don't want to just accuse people, because it could just be someone who is... It could be an ult, it could be whatever the fuck. I have seen it before as well. Some people who only play casuals and then suddenly they start playing ranked. And they are actually quite good. Like the very, very hardcore casual players, who's been playing for just as long as we have, pretty much. Some of them are really good. They just didn't care about ranked up until now. And then they get accused for some bullshit just because they're a name that people don't recognize. And I can't really just support that. I need more than that. We can be suspicious all we want, but let's not just throw accusations everywhere. I had PTSD from hackers and ranked. It makes sense. Like, it's not like I thought it was just like there was no basis for it. Like, it made sense why people said it. It just sucked because I had to give up my ult for that. Yeah, it was just a high-risk problem. I don't know how there was that many hackers. Like, it might have been the reason for Smite 2's existence in the first place. Maybe they just couldn't fix it. I don't even know. Who knows? Who fucking knows? I want to do int a lot in this game. I thought about not doing int, but I actually want to do int. Like, the best would obviously just be serrated. Go full strength Aladdin with serrated, but I want to do it. I want to poke with my wand. It's so much fun. I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot though, because I'm dealing with Odin. Odin Pele. Like, if I actually have serrated, I can fight them early.
Minions
But
have spawned.
now I can't.
Have fun. I know I will.
No.
Okay.
Oof.
Did this happen?
How did I not hit level 2 of the full wave? I don't get it. I'm very confused. How am I not even close? I'm at 60%. Did I miss a fucking creep or some shit on blue? High res. I don't understand. I feel like I just got fucking bamboozled. And now Pain is gonna be weird about this.
Your right tower is under attack.
God damn it. Well, I'm really fucking far behind for some reason, and I don't even know why.
An enemy has been slain.
Whatever. It's gonna be farming anyway.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemies missing middle.
Right.
Just bothers me a bit. I don't know why I didn't have that much XP. Maybe it was an archer survived. Even then, like, I saw on the wave, like on the map at least, that the whole wave was gone. It's the only reason why I went so hard in the wave is because I knew I was gonna hit level 2. Otherwise I wouldn't be behind the archers against the Odin. But I just barely got any XP for that. Something definitely fucked up somewhere. I just don't know where. Just hide in the bush. Sneaky man.
To me, Genie. Come on then.
Your right tower is under attack.
Didn't have my thing up. Did I get denied more creeps now? That'd be great. I would love that, actually.
To me, Genie. Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
Down. Be careful.
I think we just need to leave blue. I'm too far behind.
Cancel that.
Recall.
Attack. Left lane.
Be careful.
Enemy ultimate down. Gank. Cancel that. Enemy ultimate down. Be careful.
To me.
Okay.
Should be able to catch up decently enough. I just gotta make sure that I'm not missing any farm. Only thing that sucks is the first blood gold that he got out of it. Like, he's gonna be so... Oh, Jesus Christ. He almost has 1k on me. Woof. How? I don't get it. Why did I lose so much gold and XP? I'm so confused. How is he 800 gold ahead of me? Actually, I guess the gold kind of makes sense, now that I think about it. I was denied a bunch of ways. You got the gold camp. The first blood. How much is first blood gold again? What? Is it 200 or some shit? I actually forgot how much it is because they've adjusted it so much at the beginning of the game. Any knowers?
Record!
Your left tower.
An enemy has been slain. To me, Genie! Follow them, Genie!
I don't play the game enough to know that. I mean, apparently, even if you play the game a pretty decent amount like me, you still don't know. So who knows?
The rain shall wash them away! Record!
Odin's gonna TP left, boys.
Retreat! Retreat! Curses! On my way! Hasta la vista, amigo! Fantastic! No problem.
Pele ult.
Enemy missing. Cancel that.
That's fine. I'll take that. Let's actually just do that. Let's make sure that I'm not fucking dying anymore to this Odin. Let's get Helm of Radiance.
Your left tower is under attack.
To me! To me, Genie! Enemy has been slain. Retreat! Left.
That's too bad.
See ya. Mwah.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your left tower is under attack.
To me, Genie!
My mistake. Your left tower is under attack.
Your day.
I don't know when this shit spawns. I still don't know why. Oh, there it is.
Enemy missing. Enemy spotted.
To me!
Straight up missed the ult.
Enemies behind us.
It's fine. I'll stick around.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Still got my ult. Should be good.
Yes.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Into the lab! To me! Come on then!
Doesn't matter, Aladdin so shit early. It doesn't matter, you do no damage. Actually, just don't do any damage. Reminder, Odin used all his abilities, he had nothing.
Is under attack.
I think he had his 3, I guess, because that shit has no cooldown.
Your left tower is under attack.
When will I learn?
Right tower is under attack. Back to farming.
He also has Sunder, so I probably shouldn't. I mean, he has Serrated. I don't even know why I'm trying to fight. He literally has Serrated. He's not only gonna out-heal me, he's gonna have like fucking 75,000 strength. It's actually a problem to go on him when his abilities are down.
Right tower is under attack.
I mean, he's the only god he really plays, yeah.
Cancel that.
But it also makes him an easy target ban. I usually ban the Odin if I know I'm against him. But
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Odie.
Ally has been slain.
Attack! Left lane. Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
still try to just secure my blue, but
In range.
absolutely not, I guess.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like
I mean, lesson learned. Always go serrated, I guess. It's my own fault for going for int build.
Your left tower is under attack.
Just dying on cooldown.
Enemy.
Oh man. Should've just gone serrated. I can't fight back at all. I actually just don't do any damage. What the fuck is that? At least it went gargoyle. Oh, huge, maybe. Maybe huge.
Okay.
Fuck it. Guess I'll rotate.
On my way!
Okay, that still fucking rooted me. His dash still rooted me after my own dash. I'm so pissed. And I didn't get any assists for that. It might be a surrender angle, boys.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They buff Morrigan? No. Thank God they haven't done that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, if they buff Morrigan, I'm pretty sure Smite dies. The amount of people that would be so pissed about that on the higher end of things would not be good. People hate Morrigan. She doesn't need a buff. She's just impossible to balance.
Help.
Have fun.
On my way!
you move like a jaguar.
Your
I'm
middle
just stuck
tower
here
is under attack.
in this pose, doing the best that I can.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, I'm against two Ares in here, man!
Wash them away. Be careful.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack!
I don't think I've ever been so shit on in my life. I locked myself in with 2 Ares.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm sorry for this performance, boys. I don't really think there's anything I can do about it.
Enemy ultimate down.
It's just the nature of this game so far. I'll save my TP. The fuck am I gonna use it for anyway?
Defend.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
that spark of magic in you. Oh, he's strong. Right. Amigo. Oh, an ally has been slain.
Fucking buffs are down.
Record.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't really want to surrender when we have Aladdin, to be honest. Like, this is looking grim, I'll admit, but all things considered, we're only down 3k gold. It's really not that bad.
Enemy spotted.
He's literally 1 HP, dude. That's so unfortunate that he doesn't die from that. Mori.
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, he's in my own fucking tower. I guess I should have blown my abilities before. Oh. Oh! Oh, he missed the first shot? That sucks. Baited long enough.
Enemy has been slain. On my way.
I'm just trying to farm though. Like, no matter what I do, Odin just or someone else just comes over.
Enemy missing right. Careful, Vista, amigo. To me. Record.
Your left tower is under attack.
To me. Come on then.
I'm so far behind.
To me, Genie. On my way.
I didn't even need me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Record. Come on then. Ooh, very good.
Your left tower is under attack.
I needed that so badly. Odin also constantly rotating is really catching up to him. Because I am now even with him.
To me, Genie.
Just played a 3v4 game that lasted 50 minutes because nobody could end. At least that sounded somewhat fun. Was it fun? It kind of sounds like it's so out in the shitter that it could actually be kind of fun.
Enemy missing right.
Just rotate for this. Don't know where Odin is, but I gotta actually rotate sometimes.
And the rain shall wash them away. Be right back.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
To me.
Ultimate is ready. Attack! Left
Enemy has been slain.
Be careful middle.
Yes. Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Be careful.
It's not the ability I wanted to press at first.
To me, Genie.
Guess I fat fingered my one.
Back.
Record. To me. Record.
I mean, looks like it's good, could be a good fight, so I'll take it. But
Enemy has been slain.
why me? Why fuck me?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
There's not really much I can do about that. I still have my 2 wishes. Got power and revive wish. I'll save them.
Left lane.
It wasn't at all fair enough.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm also a bit weird. Like, I don't really mind the games where I'm one man down sometimes. If it's ranked, it does feel a bit shitty, because it's just not fun when you're actually trying to get good games, but... Like, I used to really enjoy the games where someone just DC'd on my team and we had it like a 4v5. I'm really weird, because I kind of like playing from behind if I'm on a god that can play from behind. Like, if I'm like an early game god like Fenrir and I fully rely on getting it good early, then yeah, it fucking sucks. But if I'm playing like a burst mage or some shit like that, I'm generally actually very okay with it. I kind of find it fun.
To me.
Be careful left. Help! Left lane.
Have fun.
I'll attack right lane.
Attack fire giant.
Be right back. Record.
Attack right lane. On my way.
Come on then.
Careful right. Be careful right. Enemy behind us.
Fire giant.
Enemy in the right lane.
Enemies behind us.
Enemies behind us.
Enemy missing. Be careful right.
To
I'll
me,
attack
Genie.
left lane. Fun.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Oh, then ult.
Enemies in the right
2 people
lane.
in right.
Attack middle lane.
Can we do pyro?
I'll attack left lane. Left lane. Be careful.
They're rotating now.
Be careful.
Record.
Retreat middle lane. Attack the left tower.
Retreat.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
I'll just go right, I guess.
When it rains, it pours.
I guess push both side lanes.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. To me, Genie.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. On my way. Defend the fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Ward the fire giant!
Attack fire giant.
Enemies have returned to base.
I can buy full rod. Fuck, man. But I also want by wards.
To me, Jimmy!
Enemy incoming!
To me!
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Dude, I pressed the wrong fucking button. Wrong fucking wish. That's so annoying. What a chaotic exchangement.
Attack right lane. Attack.
Yeah, minus one wish. Actually, no, it's not that bad. Because I got my ult back at least. It's not terrible. Once I get back to the fight, I can...
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy spot! Enemy spot!
To me! Let's go, Jimmy!
Okay. Didn't need it, but...
An enemy!
Dude, they just ran into the lamp one by one. That was great. The fact that we actually almost lost that fight was horrible.
Team has destroyed a right enemy phoenix. Completed.
Attack the Gold Fury!
But... you don't really want to enter Aladdin lamp that late into the game. In that team fight. Generally doesn't go well. Oh yeah, I think Aladdin is by far the coolest god they potentially ever made.
On my way!
Like he's one of those like semi-revolutionary gods, and like where you start to think, holy shit, they can actually do some real shit with us. Like the wall running and the ultimate are both really cool. Like in the past, you've had gods like Clio, like Thor. Originally, he was the first like semi-global ultimate that was in the game with his ultimate. Like those types of gods are just great because they expand what they can do with gods. They just gotta give you a better idea of what's actually possible. It's really cool. I love it.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The Pyromancer has arrived.
On my way!
Group up.
Careful!
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Well, we gotta look at Pele more, boys. I just got cooked by Pele. She did way more damage than I thought. Shamir just fighting. What is he building? I guess it's just the Spectral really helping up there.
No problem.
Medusa, I mean, she likes pen. That is the main issue. She doesn't have any pen at all. She's gone crit and then she has like Dagger Frenzy, so.
On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
My ass. Yumi is in there.
Beats more.
Fucking Ares, dude. Ares just fucking me with these chains.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Original Thor is, I still think is the worst god ever released. I remember. I actually talked about it pretty recently, because someone asked like worst gods ever released, and I'm instantly said Thor. Yeah, it turns off both my 2 and 3, yeah, Wolfie. Can't use any of them. Ares or Cripple in general just really screws over Aladdin. It is just a Wheelix again, and Fenrir. It's good though, because Aladdin is just, he's a problem. Anyways. Yeah, Ares is really good into RT. That's it? Wait, what?
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Where the fuck did Morrigan go?
Enemies at the fire giant.
Bro, where did he go? He doesn't have aspect. He can't TP away. He just turned into something and fucking disappeared. Yeah, he doesn't have aspect, so he just fucking disappeared. Oh, I missed so much shit in there, man. Fuck me. I wonder how that went so bad, though. Morrigan wasn't even in that fight. What happened? Something fucked up there, though. I don't understand what happened to Mori, and that kind of fucked us too, because that should have been an easy pick. Think his model bugged? Whatever it was some horse shit.
Enemy missing.
Oh, not only on fire.
That was genius.
Failure Rama is not doing his job. I mean, he's playing Rama. He's doing his best. Rama is just... I've said it before. I think Rama's the worst god in the game. Rama and Mulan. Right now it's probably Mulan.
Wards for fire, guys, please.
But... It is it's up there for sure. Rama is absolutely horseshit.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant! On my way! Defend!
Enemy team has destroyed the fire. Enemy has been slain. Attack.
Ah, my ult is bugged.
You move like a jaguar! Power them! Into the left!
Tragic.
Attack middle lane. Your team has destroyed middle enemy Phoenix.
I'll attack!
Ultimate is down. Your team has destroyed the left enemy
Can we
Phoenix.
get the right?
Your left tower is under attack.
Double kill! Humility! You are fabuloso! Oh, you move like a jaguar!
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm out of wishes. Can't really take any risks. Well, that really sucks.
Your left tower is under attack.
You got dagger as well.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Good luck!
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Unlucky. GG.
Your Titan is under attack.
I mean, what the fuck? It cancelled my 2 and made me do it after Jade landed. That's crazy. I don't believe it. Hi-Riz, what are all these fucking interactions? I got Jade Scepter before I pressed 2, and when I landed, it insta did it by itself.
Defeat.
I mean, I played like shit this game. I deserve to lose this one. Of all the games that I have played in recent memory, this is the one where I played the worst. I just didn't do anything, to be honest. Yeah, Ymir and Dark 1000% deserve to win. Like, me and DMBK and Sippy, I feel like just... we weren't doing too great in this game. I was a poke machine, and you should play Odin. He's just boring. I don't really like playing Odin that much. Another unplayable game. I don't want to hear that from fucking Morrigan players. Also, Dutch, what the fuck happened on gold? We got fucking cheated on. What the fuck was that? Why are you cheating on us now? You should have been dead. You fucking disappeared. And then you got fucking fire afterwards. Like, legitimately, what, you revived? Dude, that's so horseshit, man. We literally got a free pick on you and you revived? Holy shit. And in that fight, I died to you. So that fight shouldn't even have happened afterwards. I literally went down, I killed the Odin. I almost killed you in that fucking lamp as well. But I was fighting you in that fight when you shouldn't have existed in the first place. Instantly spawned as Pele. I mean, that's fucking great, Hi-Riz. Dutch, if you can, I don't know if you had like OBS open or some shit at that time, but if you can clip that to Hi-Riz, put it in there, because that shit needs to be fixed. That's a classic Morrigan special, but that needs to be fixed as soon as fucking possible. That bug exists for months. Well, I mean, then Tyra should fucking delete her. What are they doing? Yeah, I do think our comp, like, we kind of got outdrafted in this one. Like, Ares was constantly on me every time I tried to go in. I was fucking cooked every time. I couldn't do anything because of it. I could get my kit off, but then that was it. Like, good night. Not jumping out. Odin 3 hard to hit? I don't really agree with that. I think it's a pretty easy ability to hit. It's so fast. I don't think it's one of the harder projectiles in the game for sure. It seems pretty... At least when I play him, I feel like it's one of the easier ones to hit. Being sarcastic, fair enough. It went over my head. I also fucked up. I wanted to have fun with int, but I should have just gone strength. Like, it is just better. Because I'm giving up my whole early game. I fought you a few times early when I'm kind of like expecting to do physical damage, and I'm just not. So I just fucking die for no reason. Why would I go int? Like an idiot. Int Aladdin just doesn't feel good in solo, I think, anymore. Unless you know that you're able to just farm. Hello, Paul. Honestly, solo feels borderline unplayable now if you're against someone who has serrated. Even as some of the most OP gods. If you're playing Hades against someone with serrated, you can't fight. You're playing Apollo, you can't even fight as Apollo into someone with serrated. That tells you everything you need to know. You have so much power and so much lifesteal. It's ridiculous. They just overbuffed it. They absolutely overbuffed it. Oh, maybe Mulan is good now. It's time to pull out the Mulan with serrated. Surely that's good. It's not, I can already tell you. Might be fun in lane. It's gonna be like Mordred. It's gonna be fun in lane, but once you start leaving lane, you're just a squishy Mulan. And that's not gonna be very fun. She still has good setup though. As long as you have follow up, I suppose it can still work out, but if you're by yourself, there's a high chance you're just not gonna work out. I'm really looking forward to Wukong though. I hope he is good. I really want him to be playable. Also, why the fuck did I miss the Q, boys? Like, why is it not popping? Definitely feels like I missed the Q. I better fucking not have missed it. That was a fun Q. Didn't miss it. I guess there must be more than one queue going then. Seems a bit weird now. How long is this queue now? I can't see it myself. 7 minutes? Yeah, I mean, surely Surely someone had Q-pops. Oh. It does feel like the matchmaking has been a little weird, I feel like, the last week or so. Even when I try to Q-snipe some other people that I see queuing, I'm still somehow... somehow we still end up in different games even if our queues pop around the same time. Which makes no sense, because we both higher, or like around equal SR, and still we're being put in different games with people that are much lower SR. It just doesn't add up. Like, I thought that was fixed. I thought they made it so always the 10 highest people would get into the to a game. As it should. Like it was in Smite 1. It makes no sense for it to be otherwise. Don't think anyone is in charge of it, SR anymore? Or matchmaking? I feel like didn't they have that expert on matchmaking? Like, was he also hit in the layoffs? Well, I wouldn't know, but yeah, don't help me with diamonds. I'm okay with it. It's not so much that. It's just it just seems to create a better potential good game if it's top people rather than someone who's just randomly there, running around in Obsidian or something. He might be good, The random person in Obsidian might be good. But what the fuck do I play? What do I play? Maybe I just do an Apollo game. Yeah, fuck it. I haven't played Apollo today. And he's open, so I'll do it. I think that's how they keep referring to him, wasn't it? Like a matchmaking expert. And the thing is, I might be a believer of that. Like, I think he is fine for matchmaking. I think the bigger problem in Smite 2 has been the player base, not so much the matchmaking itself. It just doesn't have the players to support a good matchmaking system. You know? People are way too varied in skill levels. It's just how it is. Yeah, I don't know why you would refer to it as an expert. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's just PR talk, but it does sound funny. Yeah, he does seem pretty young, but at least it does seem like he knows what he's doing. I would say for the most part. He just might not have expected. Like, I obviously don't know where the hell they got him. But he might not have expected that the player base was as low as it was. Who knows? I feel like I can't really fault the guy, because I don't know what the fuck is even happening and how it works. All I can really do is just kind of be unsatisfied as a customer. But I don't think I'm so unsatisfied to the point where I would insult him. Like, that's a bit much. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter that much to me. I play the game because it's fun to me. If it's not fun anymore, I won't play it. I have a bunch of other stuff to play. And Death Stranding 2 just came out, which I also want to play, eventually. I just don't have the money for that right now. This month, anyway. Is this a beats game? I think so. Bacchus, eh? Do I try Serrated on Apollo? I actually might. Like, it's gonna suck not having the attack speed from Golden Blade. Actually, maybe it's really stupid of me to do that. I don't know. I just feel like Serrated is broken, man. But I wouldn't really get a whole lot of benefit out of it on Aspect Apollo. I don't really scale with strength. Would help my autos, but not my one. Honestly, maybe I could do that, but I would have to do non-Aspect Apollo, but still do tanky. Then I just wouldn't have to rely on HP. I could actually do that. You still get protection in it too. Maybe I'm cooking, actually. Maybe I need to do that. Try non-Aspect Apollo for once.
Hi.
Bye bye now.
Hi.
Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Okay.
Mana, don't fail me now. To courage and confusion.
I do have that Bacchus skin as well, but I haven't used it a single time.
Incoming power.
It was just such a cool skin. I just never got around to it.
Mana, don't fail me now.
That stun might have saved him. If I land another auto with my one there, he might die.
Be careful left.
How should one work? Aspect Apollo charges, instead of Audacity giving attack speed, it charges another one of his ones. But it's significantly lower in base damage, and it only scales with max HP. From items, specifically. So it's much lower damage, but you have it up way more often. Up to a maximum of 2. You can charge 2, and then have, like, obviously the base cooldown going, so you can fire with 3 in quick succession. Go, Bluestone. Fucking hell, Bluestone. You fucking bad item. Need attack speed.
There goes my pocket change.
Yeah, I'm hacking. Yeah, there it is.
Enemy
Attack
missing.
left lane. On
Be
my way.
careful.
That's all I do, really. Just ask everyone and smite one.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Double kill. Attack. An enemy has been slain. Good job. Have fun.
mic is not working.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
You rock.
You rock. Be careful.
Sorry.
Be right back. Be right back.
I mean, red's probably better on him anyway, let's be real.
Yes.
I dashed straight into the wall because the fucking drunkenness made me turn back. An absolute tragedy that was.
Oh, easy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Baron is definitely a bit of an outlier in this game. I hope he doesn't end up trolling. Am I really the only one that doesn't mind when I play mid that my jungler takes red? It's just way more valuable on the jungler early.
Your middle
Am I really
tower
crazy
is
for
under
thinking that?
attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Have some fun. I shall.
Even more so if it's something like a Baron.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, there's so many junglers you see getting completely pissed about losing their buff early. And like, well, not junglers, mids. Okay. I'm going off of hoping that he actually jumped here.
Be careful left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
He was too fast. I don't know. Legitimately, I would rather give it to my jungler early on. Like, what the fuck am I doing in mid? I'm not gonna fight. I'm a mage, for the most part. Sure, I mean, if you're playing Neath or some shit like that, maybe you can make the argument for it, but I just don't think it makes sense to have it in mid early.
Enemies incoming. Left.
It is definitely my one brain, yeah. That is for sure. Because holy fuck. It's so unnecessary
Enemies in the jungle.
in mid early.
He's very low.
Enemy missing middle. In range to wash them away.
Let's grab these. Ah,
Your right tower is
there's a
under
fucking gip here, man. That's so tragic. Yeah, freaking TP.
Your right tower is under attack.
What's wrong with Susano? Oh, because Snotty said he's really fucking good, but I mean he does take a little bit of skill if you're not used to it. I don't think I can't play Susano as well as, you know,
Enemy
like
missing.
most junglers, you know. My Susano is terrible. I don't really play him.
Ultimate is down.
You'll get the hang of it though, Snotty, if you play it for a while, but if you've played it a lot and you still don't know how to play it, then I don't know what to tell you.
Enemies behind us.
I think I could play him
Enemies
if I
behind
played him a
us.
bit more, but that's just not for me, I guess.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Sorry. Good job. No problem. ultimate down.
Boulder.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Down the charge!
Just because I don't know if someone's coming, I'm not gonna stick around.
No problem.
Wait, what? Huh?
Have fun.
Intelligence, Colonels. Their objective clear is terrible.
Enemy spotted.
So let's hope we're not losing any fights.
I shall
Attack! On my way.
see ya.
Enemy missing left. Enemies incoming middle.
Cube is coming.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack right lane.
Great ult. Damn, did you guys see that? Mastermind.
I mean, guys, can anyone give a call? Like they were all mid.
That's too bad.
Like I'm going fishing.
I didn't fucking see, man. I'm dashing into them, thinking there's not gonna be anyone else, and the fucking the wheelies in mid. Fuck me,
Your
man.
left tower is under attack.
Just bad awareness from me there.
Tower is under attack.
No, you can't cancel a pulse dash. No. If you saw that happen, it wasn't my choice. And it's because I got CC'd or some
Enemy
shit.
team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Fabuloso! An enemy has been slain.
Attack fire giant.
On my way. I'll attack middle lane. Cancel that.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Attack middle tower.
I'm just gonna go back to farming.
Out of mana.
Your left tower is under attack.
Been dying some stupid deaths. I would like to keep my lead on Bacchus.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gang,
On my way.
returning to base.
On my way.
Be right
Okay.
back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
I have teleport, I'm coming. Survive. Yeah, just reset. We're outnumbered.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left
I guess
tower
Baron is just already trolling.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, Baron is just kind of trolling, it seems. Not really much to do about it.
Gate left lane. Be careful, right. Enemy missing. Mana, don't fail me now.
Don't say that, it's forbidden.
Has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
On my way.
Just don't have any
Need to
reason to
leave, I
rotate.
think, so could come.
Save yourself.
Kenonos is right, you guys might be able to fight.
Not without Baron.
Whoa, what the fuck was that freeze? That's crazy. Morgan isn't even in the game. The fuck? Why did the freeze so bad?
Right back.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower
I
is
mean,
under
at this
attack.
point they're even gonna do FG and we cannot do shit.
Attack.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Fire giant.
Enemies
Defend
have
the
the
gold
gold
fury.
fury.
I mean, what? Fucking shield, man. Fucking shields. Do I need fucking shield splitter this game? Maybe that's the play. They do have gap.
Fucking hell. She's behind me.
He has no ult.
Enemy has been slain. Attack the gold fury. Returned.
Retreat.
So there aren't like erosion. Erosion isn't a game, it's just bad. That's the problem. There is an item that called Shield Splitter, which does do what exactly as it sounds like it's good against shields for the most part, but the item is just kind of mediocre at the moment, because it was broken like a few patches ago. So it's been nerfed to shit. Mostly it's broken because of its damage though. Anti-shield just hasn't been very good in Smite 2 so far.
I'll attack right lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Have fun.
No problem. Tank, tank.
Will exist. She come to the back, teleport, and I could wait for her.
Enemies incoming right.
No problem.
Okay.
Ultimate is ready.
Be careful.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
Oh, I still got all the parts.
Attack fire giant.
Let's just keep going on physical defense, honestly.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Nemean is decent, yeah. It did just get nerfed last patch. It is still pretty good.
Enemy missing.
Attack. Attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll defend.
Rain, wash them away. Oh, there.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Little weird. I don't feel tanky, I'll tell you that. Though to be fair, on that front, I don't really have that much magic defense. So, I don't think that's crazy. I'm gonna be really physical tanky, hence my focusing Cernunnos. But if I get hit by Scylla, as well as Bacchus, I kinda get smacked.
Attack left lane. Group up.
Oh yeah, I mean, and also just on the Nemean line front, like, it's always gonna be good if people hit you, you know? But it's only active for like 4 seconds.
Enemies in left lane.
Wiglix is here.
On my way.
Enemies have returned to base. Be careful, right. Enemy missing. Your team has destroyed a
Should just
left
get the
enemy
towers.
tower.
And go gold or something.
Middle enemy tower.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemies have returned.
Rain, wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Boy.
Kind of a weird game again.
Victory.
Like Baron did troll it a little bit, but ultimately once he started grouping, we were actually winning. So, no, Baron stopped. Baron stopped trolling for the most part, but I mean, I'm not sure if it would have mattered if he was there or not, to be honest. I'm gonna remember to report him though while he's here. Why is there not a? I don't even know. Stopped team playing because he got triggered. I guess I should give an actual reason. Because jungle took red. There we go. It's gotta be a bit more concise in how I phrase my reports. 12k isn't grouping. It's definitely not, but he was in the last few fights. And him being there just as a meat shield is better than him not being there at all, you know? Do they even ban people? I've seen a very few amount of people, but they're probably being very careful, I would imagine. But it's better to ban people, because otherwise you're risking people just losing interest because they keep getting, like, trolls and other stuff, you know? Don't get why he would get mad. A lot of people get very mad if they lose their buff. It happens to me sometimes. Like the current start with jungle kind of finishing off blue buff. Very often on stream as well, not even just in my own games. Very often do the jungler just take the blue because they think I am leaving it early, but no, I'm just leaving him to finish it off, you know? Then I'll be like, bro, don't do that. And then they're like, my bad. And then that's it, you know? That's fine. Shit happens, man. Even in this game, even Dark even apologized. As a jungler, it's sometimes also very hard for them to figure out, can I take it or not? Because otherwise my mid might just get triggered. Because realistically, it is better on the jungler. But sometimes, like, they also don't want to just accidentally trigger the mid to the point where they start trolling, like this game. Like, how the fuck are you ever supposed to know? If I was mid, I wouldn't give a fuck. If it's better on jungle, it's better on jungle. That's just how it is. But some people can't accept that. It's like if the support ends up taking purple over the ADC. Sure, it sucks, but I can tell you it's probably not going to be the reason why you lose a trade. Buffs are nice, but they're a small bonus. It's not a game decider. I will say though, losing blue early as solo, depending on the matchup, can definitely be like game changing. So I do think it sucks, but like I have no reason to be mad about it if it was a mistake, or at least not be mad at the person. You know, I'm just gonna be annoyed because I'm getting shit on maybe because of it. But I'm really not gonna hold it against them. Only if they're doing it on purpose. Intent is important, boys. Don't be mad at someone who didn't intend for you to be mad. It's different. Let's see. Paul, do you play ADC or should I just take this one? Obviously, I would rather play solo, but I can obviously play ADC if I need to. Let's try.
Select your god.
It is your worst role? Alright, just cancel it then. All good. I'll play ADC. What do I play then? Still honor game. I don't mind playing different roles here and there. I haven't played ADC in a little while. I'll do it. And then I'll 1000% regret it and hate it, and then I don't want to do it next game. But I will not be blaming you for it. Yeah, I don't actually like ADC very much at the moment. I can play it, but I don't like it compared to Smite 1. I enjoy mid and solo as the only roles in Smite 2. Per missing health, huh? I have to play a cheesy one. You can always play Odin or some shit. Odin is quite good here. And if you really want to cheese it, all you have to do is not even a cheese, I guess. It's just how you play solo now. All you gotta do is just buy Serrated, and you're set for life. Then you're a golden. Why play something that can't build Serrated? Who put a bomb on the track? You asshole.
Greetings, friend.
Well, it's a Beats game if I've ever seen one. Do I do Serrated? Actually, is this a Serrated game? Because I could do Leather Cowl for the extra lifesteal while I'm at it. But I really like Warrior's Axe. I'm doing Warrior's Axe. They have Fenrir and Thor. I need some kind of self-defense. And this has to be it. I'll do those. I think I only really have one way of surviving this game, and that is just... probably just crit. Despite them more than likely also going to have... Wait, actually, what am I against? Apollo?
Woohoo! How fabulous!
I don't know. Guess we'll see what happens. Yeah, these kills have been nice today. I actually enjoyed myself. Like, even... I think I'm only like a 50% win rate today. I won like... not that many of them. But I've just had fun. The games are pretty like back and forth, and everyone seemed to know how to play the game. I mean, I think that's great. That's awesome. A few trolls maybe here and there. But that's fine. I can deal with that as long as the rest is worth it. Not great clear. The minion situation though.
Unfortunate, really?
It's fine, there's not really much we can do about that. Let's take our shit before we lose it.
Enemy missing. Your left tower is under attack.
Ah, man. Should've just beats the stun. That really sucks.
Double kill, please.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not being level 3 there is so terrible for me too. No pillar.
Okay.
Which is
Your left tower is under attack.
My problem is that you're sharing my map with me.
Bro, shut the fuck up. Every game you're here, bro, and fuck it out.
Dude, I just had to say the thing, didn't I? What great games today.
I'll attack right lane.
A monument to my opulence.
Just can't really fight back. I mean, they just have Cerberus and we have Kepri at the moment. If Kepri misses his one, he doesn't really do any damage, so...
Your left tower is under attack.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Realized too late. And my jump wasn't... I don't think my jump was up in time either. Maybe I'm wrong. Not that I think I would have survived, to be honest. They just dived me. I think it was up. I don't know.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack. Okay.
A monument to my opulence.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
A monument to my opulence.
Maybe I should have gone attack speed early.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just cannot dish out the same amount of damage as Apollo right now because of his passive.
Defend left lane.
Cancel that. Enemy missing left.
And the rain shall wash them away. Oh, my horrific.
An enemy has left the game.
Opulence.
An enemy has returned.
Okay. Be careful.
I think I should be fine. I just need a few items. Like, this isn't a bad matchup for me.
Your middle tower
But right
is
now,
under attack.
he just has an attack speed diff.
I only accept blood transfusion from Titan nobility. Enemy spotted!
Your left tower is under attack.
A monument to my opulence! Enemy ultimate incoming!
Your left tower is under attack.
mean, fucking Thor isn't leaving. Thor is gonna commit now, boys, but he was left.
An enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, it's so tragic.
Oh, very strong.
Behind us!
A monument to my opulence.
My attack speed.
Slain.
I feel like I have anti-attack speed.
Unfortunate, really?
Oh, I know what I'm getting seconds. My god.
Gank.
But like honor aspect, no, I don't think it's very good. I think losing the pen, especially in the current meta, like losing the pen on the one is really not worth it in my head. The pen on the one is so useful for killing tanks late game. And ADCs are kind of underwhelming right now. Yeah, I'm going Gloomy Bow.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Enemies incoming.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
I wanted to see if I could sneak in some real quick fighting, because I'm gonna probably lose my tower anyway.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay.
A monument to my opulence.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I played that pretty well, but like it just doesn't matter. We don't have anyone else nearby.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm fucking level 8. And that's the soul laner. That's great. That's truly fantastic.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Well, it looks like maybe I can get my blue at least, or my purple.
Shut down, Jace. A monument to my opulence. Enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, I don't even want to rotate.
Enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower.
I need the XP so badly. Is there a purple here, though?
A monument to my opulence.
On my way. Left lane. On my way.
A monument to my opulence.
Has arrived.
Where did they get him? It's fine.
Oh, my horrific. A monument to my opulence. The rain will wash them away. They hit like a baby.
I needed that. I did it, boys.
Triple kill. Ooh, rock.
Damn. Dodge going ham over there.
Deicide!
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Think nothing of it.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Items. More attack speed. I can play the game, yes! So all 2 levels behind. Yeah, I really needed that. I mean, I feel like he did underestimate my damage too. Sometimes we do that shit where we're like, yeah, there's no way I'm losing this. And we're like, holy shit, why am I dying? That felt like one of those cases.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Time. Free your souls to the other side.
Where did everyone else go? Hello? What happened? There's no way we lost the trade when the only kill we have is Cerberus? Am I crazy? I'm so confused, honestly. Aw, that would have been really good.
Fortunate, really.
Well, that sucks. But it is what it is.
A monument to my opulence.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Let me have a look at you.
Hello, hot stuff.
See, he can take it, because he can probably utilize it way better than I can right now. And that's okay with me.
A monument to my opulence. Careful. Enemy missing.
It's on the
What?
Ally has been slain.
Could be huge.
Enemy has been
Aw, dude, that's so low. That's so unfortunate. Nice Kipri ult. Huge. He lives. He doesn't live. Paul is stuck around with no HP.
washed them away.
Attack.
One day I'll do some actual damage.
Have you lost?
I just don't do any damage.
Attack the Gold Fury.
zip it or feel the burn.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll attack.
Zip it or feel the burn.
Help!
Gank! On my way!
A monument to our opulence.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy has been slain. Retreat.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
them away.
I'm a star.
I'm just gonna push. Rotating doesn't seem to work out for me. I'm actually just a snack for them.
Enemy has been slain.
You have a place by attack fire giant.
It's insane how much they go for me when I rotate as well. I'm by far the most useless player on the team. Why me, huh? Why are we going for me? If that's the case. Oh my god, jump.
Oh, to move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemy incoming.
Ally has been slain.
Why fuck me?
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Enemy ultimate incoming! Enemy ultimate incoming!
Enemy incoming. Incoming.
Attack the fire giant! Group up!
He's back 4 times.
Attack!
I'm keeping them in mid. There's 2 people here. They have no idea.
Destroyed the fire
Rage, wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Be right back.
Okay. My guess is they might have a word there.
Retreat middle lane!
Attack. Behind us.
Enemy
Free your soul to the undead.
Enemy has been slain.
Ow! Where did all that damage come from?
Okay!
Fight with righteous fury.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Save yourself!
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Retreat.
Huh? Thor where?
I am a star.
Rage, wash them away. Double kill. Light up my world. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Retreat completed. Completed. Okay. Yes. That is too bad.
Quiet.
Have fun.
You look like you could use some
Baron aspect? Yes. fuck's my Poseidon leeching everything? Disgusting.
It's all the sauce, baby!
Do I have the Infinity Stones? I gotta go get blue.
Your right tower is under attack.
Hey, spicy!
An enemy has been slain.
Attack! Fire giant! Help!
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Help! Illuminate! Help!
Enemy spotted!
Attack! Attack! Fire giant! Follow me.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted!
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Gank!
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. Free your soul!
Good job, Anor.
Worked out in the end.
Victory.
Should have used dagger actually just to help finish off the Titan there. I was waiting. I got so close to pressing dagger, but I don't think it went under 500 a single time. It was very fucking close though. Yeah, that early game was rough. I think the lowest I got was 516. I was super close to pressing it. But I also didn't want to do too much, because like I was against 2 tanks at the time. Not to mention Fire Giant with the... Oh, damage you? Yeah, I would hope so, because my lane was fucking brutal. I don't think I did a single piece of damage early game, with how much Thor was visiting us that game. And we fucked up as well. We were just fighting too much when we couldn't. Yeah, well, by 400. I'm actually surprised how high my damage ended up being that game. Didn't really think I did all that much damage, but I guess I was just autoing a lot late game teamfights. Yeah, I got a lot of damage in the last fight. They were just standing in front of me. And I appreciate Kepri blocking autos from Paulo, because I might have gotten cooked otherwise. Missed the queue, that sucks. I feel like a lot of people missed the queue, because this feels like a completely different queue. It's either that or I ended up joining a different one. Because these are all different players. Am I forgetting something? Acne, bots, Apollo. I mean, I need to ban bots here, but...
Select your god.
Select your god. But who? Who do I play? Maybe an Achilles game? A lot of SR, don't you? Not that much. I'm like 5.5 or something like that. So it's not like overly high. But it's, I mean, it's good enough. I had a huge losing streak a few days ago. Where I lost a lot. But I also haven't played that much. I don't really grind. I just play a few games on stream and then I dip out until I stream again. Wow, what a comp we have. This might also be my last game. We'll see how long it is, but... I started early today, so I'm satisfied. I've had fun. But I can feel my need to do something else is starting to affect me. It's also getting hot. The sun's kind of been back in my apartment for a few hours now, and I can feel it. Wearing a headset is kind of uncomfortable once it gets really hot. Stay hydrated, boys. It's gonna get hot. Very hot very soon. At least for the folks who live in the Scandinavian countries. Over here, we're not really used to that kind of heat. Is it hot in Denmark? At the moment, it's not that bad, but you can feel it. It's been raining the last few days, so it's been very nice actually. It's still hot though. Like I still, was sitting in the usual like tank top and shorts type outfit, so it definitely was still hot. But the air has been somewhat cool as a result of the rain. But today the sun is out. Let me just see. It's a little cloudy, so it could have been much worse, but I can feel the sun. Yeah, we don't get to 38. Like, at absolute worst, I think we get to like 35, something like that. But if it's that high here, like you see warnings everywhere because we're not used to that type of heat. Like, 30 is already insane. I feel like I'm dying as long as it's above 25. I don't like that. Fuck me, dude. I hate it. I'm just not a heat person in general. It's really not for me. Dude, this feels like it's just ended up being me and Meyer in these games. Where did everyone else go? Oh, let's remove you.
They know my rage.
Greetings.
Chrome's house to go to the pool. Yeah, that would be nice to have a pool. Does he actually have a pool though? Or is this some kind of meme that I don't know anything about? He has a huge villa, damn.
Cancel that.
How Unexpected.
How is he so loaded? I can't imagine it's from Smite. Oh, it is Gip mid with aspect. Oh, it's aspects, I see. That's why it's just keep hitting me. A little annoying, but at least it's not the worst card I could have played with this. Mordred feels terrible into aspect, I can't say.
Ally has been slain.
Cleaning up one burst at a time.
Let's go grab my blue. I actually missed my auto. That's crazy. How did I miss my auto? I fucked up the cancelling. It might not have been a kill, because he had pods running. He might actually just have survived anyway, but that's unfortunate. Oof. Yeah, it's not from Smite, yeah. That would have been something. Can't imagine that's the case. Let's just get the Warriors proc.
The rain shall wash them away.
Farewell and goodbye.
Dude, Achilles' heal is so good in Smite 2. This shit heals so much. I remember a few patches ago, people kept telling me that Weekend thinks that Achilles at the time was the best solo, and he really wasn't. He was terrible at the time. Now, maybe he's right. He healed so much, and he just got buffed. Maybe he's the best now, we just don't know it yet.
Game! Retreat! Thanks. It's a trap!
A little midnight magic, clean and precise. Wings of the night, guide my aim.
Gank!
Enemy has been slain.
Aegis will make it very easy for Fenrir to just gank her every time. There's actually no way she can counterplay it. Like, it would be in Fenrir's hands to fuck it up. Don't know why it beats though. Honestly, should have just ulted.
Be careful, right? Enemies incoming. Enemy missing middle.
The rain shall wash them away.
Defend!
An ally has been slain.
We'll have to wait.
Your right tower is under attack.
What's the execute threshold? It is a good question. 35%. Almost as big as Thanos. I still think Fana having a 40% execute is insane. That's so high. Just thinking about most other games, I feel like where executes are a thing, 40% is actually insane. Yeah, it doesn't scale. It's just I actually think that was recently a buff, wasn't it? They just made it always do that instead of having it scale up. Maybe I'm wrong. They did something I like pretty recently, I feel like, to someone.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing left.
Enemies right lane! Attack middle lane!
Should be a kill, right?
Enemy missing right! Retreat middle lane!
An enemy has been slain.
Oh well.
Enemy missing right!
Ultimate is down.
Enemies right lane! Attack middle lane! Attack right lane! Attack left lane!
This guy loves the VGS system. Goddamn.
Enemies right lane!
He's heating up.
Let's just leave that. I don't really need it just yet.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Ultimate is ready. May death smile fondly on you.
Enemy right.
Enemy ultimate down.
Get this tower eventually.
And the rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso! An enemy has been slain.
Attack!
Till next time. Out of mana.
Very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
An enemy has left the game.
Okay.
Surely they can't get to surrender before 10 with him DCing now, right? Needs 2 minutes. Because otherwise that would be some shit.
Midnight mischief never hurt anyone.
Rain shall wash them away.
Why does it work like that?
Sorry.
Iris! What the fuck? Why can't they early surrender? Actually, wait, never mind. How long has Gep been DC'd? I don't even know. Didn't realize there was someone else who also DC'd. That was really short, so I'm gonna do one more. Hello, Okami. I'm actually curious, like, do people prefer having music in the back, or is it fine just being completely quiet? I'll put on music if people prefer that for the most part, but at least for myself, I really just prefer not having music when I play games. But I know it's a pretty normal streamer thing, and I would generally say having music in the back is better. But I don't know. It can get a bit quiet. If you have no music, I listen to my own. Yeah, it's also one way to look at it. Yeah, if people want music, they can also just put on their own. That's a good point. I think especially for Smite, I've always been very like I want to hear if I'm getting Thor ulted, you know, or Athena ulted, and all that stuff. If I put music on, it's just gonna make it much harder to hear that. So it is kind of for sweaty reasons, but at the same time, I guess I'm just not really much of a music listener while I game anyway. It's kind of weird. I mean, I guess I just don't really listen to music that much in general, actually. I love music, which is the weird part, but I don't really listen to it a lot. I do it sometimes when I walk the dog or something, but never when I game. Then it's just in-game music that I listen to. Because I love games with like good music, like recently Expedition 33, for example. I have music on in Smite, but it's just kind of quiet, and that's kind of just to have something in the back. And I don't really mind it, I guess. Not to mention, it glitches out all the time anyway. Like half the time it doesn't even play. At this point, I don't even realize if it's there or not. Yeah, it's also a good point. Like, there's definitely some streamers I can watch as well if they listen to some music that I just can't listen to myself. Like, I might be one of the weirder ones, but like, I've never been to rap. Like, never. In any way, shape, or form. I can listen to it, like, if a streamer has it on, but only for like a certain period of time. I just don't really like rap all that much. I also think, like, high, like, heavy rock also isn't necessarily me. Like, I guess death metal is what you would call it. Death metal is a bit much for me as well. If it's too heavy. Actually, it's not the music, it's the screaming, if there's screaming in it. I'm not a fan of that stuff. But I think most of the stuff I don't really mind. I think what would be kind of nice that I know, was it April? I forgot who it actually is now, but like someone listens to like opera or like orchestral music who also plays Smite. I forgot who it is now. But I think that's a pretty nice idea. Just listen to some chill piano, something like that. I could get behind that. That sounds great. Oh, Vives does that as well? Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's Vives that I think of at least. I haven't watched Vives. I'm sorry, Vives. Nothing personal. I just don't watch many streams. Nikai is kind of the one I've like recently been watching more, but that's kind of it in terms of Smite. I don't really watch Smite streams in general. Like I host Nikai here and there when I'm done streaming, and when I sometimes need a queue to snipe, I tend to go to Nika stream as well. Then I'll hang out there for a little bit, and then generally I go do something else. I've never just been much on like watching streams. Bro, how long is this queue all of a sudden? Feels longer than 5 minutes. This queue is taking a little longer than I wanted it to. Let's see. If it hits 10 minutes, boys, I'm calling it, alright? I'll make a deal right now. Alright, there we go. Just need some incentive. Alright, who am I pulling out for my last game? Jing Wei? Huh. Oh, we're just throwing away bands now, huh? I mean, I gotta get the elephant out.
Select your god.
Let's just do a Bari game. Fuck it. Yeah, I did get my wish with Bari. We'll see, though. They can still dodge. But yeah, whoever's their first pick decided that they want to leave everything open. Which I can respect. There's a lot of shit. But one team could end up getting a disgusting comp. I could try like a hybrid. Maybe a hybrid tanky-ish. Bari. See how that goes. Outside of Warrior's Axe, at least. I mean, that's kind of a must. Gotta do that. She's just so good with Warrior's Axe. Alright. Who are we against? Who was top pick? It was the Artemis, right? It's gotta be a rename. So I don't know who that is.
A small gleam for a great.
Oh yeah, I have the skin. Is this even a good skin? Can't say I played enough Bari to really know. And I'm against Chalk, so probably gonna have to level my 3 for safety. All aspect. All the aspects.
Hey, enemy spotted.
A
Enemies in left
glimmering
lane.
hello.
Enemy spotted. I'll show you.
Minions have spawned.
Well, I'm happy I was Bari. Did some good damage back. I'll just make sure we actually get blue.
Godly wrath.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What happened there? Oh, enemy stuff. Pretty average Black Day invade, to be honest.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Also some really weird freezes in this game already.
Is under attack.
I'll just let him clear.
Enemy spotted.
Just doing early back.
Godly wrath.
Okay, that still hits me.
Be careful. On my way.
It's cool.
How unexpected.
Your right tower is under attack.
Alright, because me. Have a nice one, man.
Retreat!
Oh, you're not leaving, just take me to the kitchen, fair enough.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I gotta make some food after this as well. I'm really fucking hungry.
Rain shall wash them away. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right. Be careful left.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't really follow.
Oh, easy wrong.
How unexpected.
That's a really weird rotation. He's gonna lose the full wave for that. Like, it's not even worth it for him. That they gotta kill, sure, I mean, that's unfortunate for us. And on the duo side of things. If he has CP, I mean, that still sucks, but... It's not looking too good overall at the moment.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
How does that miss? Not too used to how she functions. Because the instant, like, beam version of the 3 feels really awkward and so much faster than the normal version. Which I suppose is the intention, I guess. Something definitely feels way faster, so it's kind of hard to time it. I'll get used to that timing.
An enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Okay.
It's back.
Oh, it gleams with promise.
On my way. Gank middle lane. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies in left lane. Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Yes.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Ah, that sucks. But, dude, what the fuck was that freeze?
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
What happened to Chuckles? Something froze. For all of us, it seems. And it might have fucked Chuck more than it fucked me there. But it also did fuck me. Because I don't think I should have died. I got greedy for Chuck, obviously. Whatever. I got the 1-for-1.
Your right tower is under attack.
But seriously, that was a really fucking weird lag spike that decided to come in at possibly the worst time. I think I win that 2v1, or at least I shouldn't die.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Completed!
Oh, fucking Thor got both, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, now I kind of lost the trade because I lost my buff.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left! Be careful, middle!
Enemy missing right.
We did get gold at least, so that is something.
On my way! Enemy missing left!
How unexpected.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle.
Oh, they hit like a baby.
Sorry.
Behind us.
Yes.
Godly wrath.
On my way!
Wait.
I'm on it.
Godly wrath. An enemy has been slain.
Completed!
So tempted to dive it, but I don't want to risk dying, so...
Destroy the right
To
enemy
beauty.
tower.
On my way!
I shall. This is how.
So unfortunate.
Rain shall wash them away.
Just don't have enough burst just yet. I'll get there.
I'm on it.
Enemy ultimate down!
The war for the Warhorn. That one very valuable cooldown.
Sorry.
Every shard falls into place.
On my way! Be careful left! Enemies in the left jungle!
Door's over there. I'm just running to.
Oh, you black and Jack. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack! Attack!
May death smile fondly on you. Completed.
Let the prism fall.
Yes!
Attack the gold fury.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Completed.
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Slain an enemy.
Till next time.
Starting to do some pretty good damage.
I'll defend right lane. Be careful. Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Do you know Ryzen, Jaspo? He seems to be very vocal about the things he doesn't like. I don't see a whole lot of positivity from him. The man's gotta take some deep breaths. He's a known hacker? Oh.
The rain shall wash them away.
You're on fire. On my way.
Interesting.
Ally has been slain.
He doesn't play like it, I'll say that. But they usually don't.
That's his hand gun.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing. Does lobby crashing even work in Smite 2?
How unexpected.
It's crazy. I guess we'll see what happens this game. I'll keep an eye on it.
On my way.
I'm on it. Enemy missing middle. How unexpected.
Just plays a ward. I'm kind of afraid that they might try and do fire or something. It's the type of stuff that Black Day loves doing.
Enemy missing right. On my way.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Sorry.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a jack.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Godly wrath. Shimmering radiance.
I'm on it.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. I'm on it.
Enemy has been slain. Godly wrath. The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing left.
My light dims. Briefly.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Yeah, I don't think you can lobby crash specifically, but you can make it so that it still lags a shit ton.
Attack fire giant. Fire giant. Okay.
I'm on it.
Attack.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Destroyed the fire truck.
Very good.
You're very quiet, Pele, by the way.
Your team
I can barely hear you at least.
the pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Be right back.
The thing is, there was a few lobby crasher that also came into Smite 2, but the worst that I could see them do was like lag it a bit, and then that was kind of it. And since then I haven't actually seen them. They were kind of bothering me a lot for a while. Like, if anyone remember, or watched me I should say, in Season 11, there was a few. They were actually Q-sniping me for a little bit. That was annoying as fuck.
Enemy spotted! Yes! Set an ambush here!
Oh, my horrific!
On my way.
On my way!
Got my passive loaded up. I'm ready.
I'm going for chunk completed.
Gank!
An enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Did you get some?
You are fabuloso. Oh, yes. Oh, dear.
Your left tower is under attack.
Could maybe have tried to save someone with my ult, but I honestly wanted it for damage, in case I ended up being in like a 4v3 for that game. 1v2 or some shit.
Destroyed the Gold Fury.
It cancelled.
Enemy has been slain.
Godly rod.
Slain an enemy.
We gotta start pushing some shit. It's a dash? Yeah, no, it was so unfortunate. I didn't think about it.
Completed!
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Attack fire giant! Ultimate is ready!
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Essence.
I'm in such a good spot now.
Enemies in left lane!
I'm just gigantic as well. Gotta take care of this gigantic Wyvern right now.
I'm on it. Fire giant.
On my way.
Enemies incoming.
Your left tower is under attack.
He's eyes to
Your
ult.
left tower has been destroyed.
Attack the
Enemy
fire
has been
giant.
slain.
How unexpected.
Close.
Even shattered, I shine.
Yeah, can't buy anything.
Fire giant.
Yes. Group up.
The Mordred ult kind of worked to our disadvantage there, to be honest. Thor should have just gotten one shot because Mordred ult kind of kept him around.
On my way.
He just survived for so much longer.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies in left lane.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Attack
Group
the
up.
cold fury.
Your team has destroyed the gold
By
fury.
brilliance. Attack left lane.
Destroy the left enemy
beauty.
tower.
Quit annoying me.
Range to wash them away.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
Oh my-
phoenix. Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
I'm cooking it.
Dims. Briefly.
Enemy has been slain.
Be right back.
I can't decide whether I should back or not.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, my griffin. Bolts of lightning. Very, very steady. Yeah.
Whew. I kind of played bad in the last team fight. I got my ult off way too late and didn't save the Mordred. It was kind of just a bad ult overall. Didn't get any kills out of it. I didn't use it for the resets or anything like that. It was just purely a panic try to save ult, which is obviously not as much on me, but more on Mordred just being out of position. But yeah, questionable Mordred ult. It was good that he got Artemis ult. I will say. I admit. Getting that arm assault out of the way is good, but he definitely just cooked himself by doing it. I mean, Bari worked out. She definitely feels pretty powerful. No wonder she shits on everyone. It was pretty easy to shit on any of the carries, at least. Like, what are you supposed to do? As long as you hit the first, if you save your passive, you hit your first 3, you do it again, you ult them, and you just do it again. It's kind of like playing Aladdin or Mordred, where you use your whole kit, you blow your ult, you do it again. It feels so unfair. Like, ability resetting and shit, it's so strong. Alright, anyway though, that's gonna be it for me. I gotta go make some dinner as well. So thank you guys for watching, I really appreciate it. I will not be streaming tomorrow, I can't. But probably on Sunday when I'll be back, but we'll see. Thank you guys, bye.